and what I need to reinforce in the following classes. Because it is reading, I have plenty of opportunities in my book to develop these different sub-skills. For example, here I have the books like this. I don't know what book we were using yesterday, but if you realize here in reading, and here you have the activity, okay? So you need to identify what sub-skill is developed in each activity. For example, if it is reading and answering questions, pues is reading for specific information, no? Because they are going to look for the specific answer, okay? For instance, if they are going to, no sé, error correction, complete sentences and write the correct vocabulary error correction, maybe they are going to read for language for a specific, as well for a specific information. So I need to have the ability of recognizing what sub-skill they are developing in each exercise. So opportunities they will have, because at least in this book they have a reading per no per module, per lesson. All right. Entonces, I'm going to share with them at the very beginning the objective of the class and invite them to reflect about their development by asking them questions. And they are going to be participants of their process of evaluation, and they will know exactly what they need to improve. So next time they will try to do it better. All right. As I told you yesterday, the lesson plan is not still complete. I have other spaces and more information I need to add. Entonces, I'm going to add another column, and in here I'm going to write the subsidiary aim. Every single activity I have in my class needs to have a purpose. And remember, if I add this subsidiary aim plus this, plus this, plus this, they will give plus this, they will give me as a result this main aim. Okay? So that's why from time to time I need to go back to the main aim just to check that I'm covering all the aspects I wrote or I decided to include in my main aim. Okay? Entonces, for example, in here the activities they are going to do is to check the homework and call the roll. What would be, for example, the main or the aim for checking the homework?
To know if they continue having trouble in some aspects.
Exactly. It's kind of an evaluation, no? An informal evaluation. It's homework. But just because of the answers, I'm going to realize if they understood or not, or probably if I will need to have a remedial work. Entonces, evaluate previous knowledge. So about the topic, the homework is about, okay? Entonces, I have the following activity. I have the pre-reading or the leading. What is the objective for this activity? Remember we said that we were making questions. What's your favorite shop? How often do you go shopping? Who do you go shopping with? Who pays for what you buy?
So elicit the topic.
Okay, but more than elicit the topic is to set the what? Yes, the part of your answer is correct. Topic, pero what do I do with the topic?
Brainstorm.
To set the
Objective. The context.
¡Ay! Eso que nadie le ayudó. Qué bueno que nadie le ayudó a Miss. Excellent, very good. To set the context, what for? What students do? Bueno, they don't do it, ¿verdad? What the brain does when you set the context, when you start telling them what the topic will be about. They say,
to activate vocabulary.
So in this case, we are activating more than vocabulary. We are activating what?
Schemata.
Schemata. So they know, we are going to talk about shops. I went shopping with my mom last week and I bought a super nice bag. Okay? So they are recalling. If, for example, they had a lot of fun going shopping, pues they are going to live again the experience, no? Remember, we need emotions. So they are going to feel interested. Or can happen the opposite. Ay, chin, me choca. Go shopping. For example, I don't like going shopping with my daughter. It's horrible. ¿No? Entonces, for me, it's a torture. And I can recall all the experiences I have gone through when going shopping with an adolescent. Entonces, a lot of emotions are moved there. And remember that apart from the knowledge, I need also to activate the emotions. Acuérdense, emotions, learning. Yes? All right. Ahora, while reading, what would be the main objective? The objective is not to read. Remember that we have the soft skills, no? And in this case, they are reading for specific information and, for gist, to get the main idea. Yes? They are reading así como por encimita, no análisis. And then they need, for when they read for the second time, they need to underline or circle, because they need to look for a specific kind of sentence. Entonces, they read for gist. What do you think is the purpose or the importance of skimming?
To understand what is the text about.
They are going to start understand what the text is about. But are they going to be so stressed because they don't know all the words that they don't understand? Because remember that they are basic something. Basic one, I think. Entonces they don't have much experience. They are going to feel more. Remember, if they are not worried about understanding every single word in the text, the level of stress is going to low, okay? And if they are less stressed, they are going to learn in a better way. So in here, probably to motivate students to read any kind of text without worrying about si ven que cometo un error, me dicen, worrying about unknown vocabulary. Okay? Yes? So they know that it's not necessary to understand all the words in order to get the main idea. They will be able to explain what they have just read. Okay? And as you said, to understand the text, what the text is about. And be able to answer questions, no? And when they are identifying and underlining, that is reading for specific information or scanning, what would be the specific aim for scanning, sorry.
To look for specific information.
To look for specific information. And when they are going to, if they are going to read for the sentences with the specific characteristics, what they are going to do, they are going to spot, or they are going to visualize how the different parts of a speech are allocated, how would is used with the verb, and how it is followed by the complement, or how the questions are formed, because in this case are requests, so they are going to be questions. So they are going to realize, in this case, or they are going to recognize the form for the questions. Okay, entonces in here, students may the students, to make students aware of allocation of different parts of speech in questions to make requests. Because they are specifically identifying that, no? And they are going to copy the sentences, but they need to be I would, you, to check that they are correctly copying, no? And making the sentences. In the post reading, pues in here can be make students make students aware of their own progress and weak points to be improved next time. The next time, when even this activity improves when the students are copying from the board, is what they constantly do. They need to pay attention and be attentive, so they copy exactly and they make their notes. And that is another ability that, although you don't let them, or you don't indicate them to make notes and copy exactly what you wrote, they should be able to decide what piece of information may be useful and which one may not. Or for example, when they are watching a video and they need to make notes, pues they are going to choose this yes, esta no, esta no me sirve, esta sí me sirve. So it's a metacognitive process that they need to go through in order to select the information. Is critical thinking. So they need to select the information may be useful for them. Okay? Entonces, I have the subsidiary aims. I have the main aim here. And the subsidiary aims together should make, as a result, this one. By the end of this session, students may be able to read a text for general idea and may identify requests by using the modal verb would. Observe my subsidiary aims. Probably the warm-up is not aimed or is not linked to the main aim. But for example, in here it said the context. They are going to read in order to understand the main idea, what the text is about. Then for the second activity is to check how the words are, all the collocation of the words. Porque dice identify requests. Pues at the moment they are identify and underline. Pues aquí por ejemplo to help students recognize would for requests in a text. How? Because they are going to circle it. And then they are going to copy the sentences. Entonces they are going to do this. Y ya, tan tan. Because my activity was very simple. For example, here in the morning, what we did is this one. Espérenme, porque me falta información. What happened? Pero in here, for example, I'm going to, pues aquí está. They made up a writing, no? It said, by the end of the following 2 sessions, students may be able to write a description of a different place, mentioning characteristics of the place, activities to be done outdoors, best time to visit, the traditional food, special and good places to recommend, taking into account conjunctions, because and so, and correct use of adjectives, sentence convention, subject-verb correspondence, punctuation, capitalization, and spelling. Why? Because the activity they are developing is this one. This is another book other schools use. For example, in this case, the topic is trips. Visiting new places. Entonces, what they saw, the previous knowledge is a vocabulary of items to take with you when you're traveling, possessive adjectives and pronouns. Luego they saw personal information to fill in formats. In here, for example, I like this because they have a pronunciation section, especially for practicing raising and falling intonation. So in here, they were practicing that one for making questions. They needed to make questions orally, and then they decided to, esta es la de hoy. They have should for giving advice. They have a reading, which is very long. This is book 1, o sea, this is basics. Entonces, for me, it's como a little bit challenging. And in here, writing skill, because and so. That's why here in the objective, they are asking for because and so. Entonces, it's supposed that they have already taught this and answered this. And they are specially preparing this plan for this activity. It says, write a short description of a different place, give information about things like sightseeing, festivals, places and relaxation, places for relaxation, food, etc. Try to use the conjunctions because and so, and they have an example. Entonces, they made this objective. That's why they are mentioning, what they want them to include in the description, the conjunctions. That's why they are using adjectives, because students have already practiced that. So they know that. Possessive adjectives, possessive pronouns, describing places, personal information, should, shouldn't. What is supposed they know? Vocabulary of adjectives, collocation of adjectives, adjective noun, and personal pronouns, because the first tense they saw in unit 2, I think, it was present simple. Entonces, they are going to write this short description in form of sentences because it's what the students can do. In this case, pues I only have a few sentences. I only have like 4 or 5 sentences. Okay? They don't know yet the characteristics of a descriptive paragraph. Remember that I shared with you, with most of you, the characteristics of different types of paragraphs. And there are specific words and elements we need to have to make this kind of paragraph, okay? So in here, they check the homework to reinforce, in order to check this, to reinforce and to note. They are going to reinforce adjectives they may use in their writing. That's why they have this spelling bee. So the teacher makes a list in advance of the possible adjectives she may think or she thinks the students may use. And when we share the main name, we are going to let the students know the criteria to be followed during this activity. Because apart from giving them the aspects to be evaluated, I'm giving them a writing checklist. Luego, in the lead-in, they are going to elicit pictures of their community. In this case, is to set the context and recall related information or vocabulary, which it means activate schemata. Luego, teacher and students will identify keywords and information in the task instructions, read instructions, and circle or underline, because in the first step in the writing process is understanding the task. We decided to work with this writing process. In here, we are going to help the students to underline, to understand the task and avoid sidetracking. Luego, the brainstorm is the second step in the writing process. Teacher and students will make a word net to prepare the vocabulary needed for the description. Teacher will invite students to search for vocabulary in a dictionary, physical or online. Entonces we did this. The objective is to help students to prepare the vocabulary, expression, grammar chunks they will use in their writing, so they don't get in panic. The planning, teacher and students will analyze the sample from the book, and the teacher will direct attention to specific points like sentence convention, spelling, collocation, adjectives, and nouns. That's why I pasted here. But this is this. So I'm going to ask them to observe, to spot the important things based on the objective. So they prepare information. They will include in their writing, taking into account the following features: description of a place, mentioning characteristics, activities to be done outdoors, best time to visit, traditional food, special and good places to recommend. Taking into account because and so, adjectives, and the sentence construction that they need to make the proper one. They are going to make a draft, borrador. So students start writing individually, they make notes, and the teacher is monitoring. The students start writing in a more confident way because they already know what they are going to do, they have vocabulary, and they have grammar. So what they need to do is just to organize their ideas and sentences, and there are a few sentences. Editing, remember that we have an editing section, is exchange with a partner and check. Compare with the model and reflect on teacher's feedback. The teacher is constantly monitoring. You are listening and you are making notes. So probably you can, from time to time, look at the notebooks and spot mistakes. So they are going to make the revision to make sure they fulfilled all the requirements for the writing. That's why I'm going to give them the main name as a checklist. Entonces, este ya, traditional food no lo puse. Entonces, you repair the piece of writing and you include the missing information, or you check that you are writing correctly the sentences. They get accustomed to having a checklist as a guide, and be checking versus the piece of writing or the work with the list, and because they are going to compare, pues they get used to have this kind of co-evaluation. So I reflect on my own work, but also I listen to my partner, and I'm able to see in my partner probably things that I'm missing. I recognize me on his or her piece of writing. Yes. Luego they have the correcting, redrafting. Students apply corrections and prepare a piece of writing to be published. Ya the final version. Entonces, I have already realized what my mistakes were. I fix because we are going to share the piece of writing with my classmates. In this case, they are going to be critical thinkers. They are going to decide yes, no, why the correction, why not, why it is correct, why it's not, why should I change, why not. Promote, collaborate in publishing. We decided that we have two options, or to paste the pieces of writing around the classroom and invite the rest of the class to stand up and read, or some volunteers may come into the front and read the pieces of writing. Even they need to deliver this, for example, in classroom, or they need to hand in the paper. Entonces, if we do it like this, we promote collaborative work, the evaluation under the light of the checklist. A ver, observe. Do you consider we followed this checklist? Did our piece of writing have all these elements? Yes or no? Why not? Pues porque some of us omitted this and some of us omitted that. Why? Because probably we need more time. So if you spot that, maybe instead of having them, instead of giving them 2 sessions, you can have 2 sessions and homework. So you can give them the opportunity to finish and polish their work as a homework. So you make this combined work between home and school, and you promote the critical thinking because they are going to decide whether they achieve it or if they didn't. And in here, pues, is evaluation. The teacher will be all the time observing and making notes. And at the moment that they are sharing and they are checking their own pieces of paper, they are using the self-formative assessment. And this is very important to say, to state, to clarify what kind of evaluation instrument I'm going to be using. In this case, checklists. Personal aim for the teacher. We decided to work the delivery of instructions and keep the track of the main aim throughout the lesson plan. So every single activity is related to the main aim, okay? After writing the subsidiary aims, I'm going to write the procedure. I'm going to do first, then and last, the time, because I need to be very clear with time, the material, and the possible problems and solutions for each stage. Or you can write them after revising all your lesson plan. You can have listed all the possible problems. For example, in here, because they are basics and it's the third unit, they are going to spell adjectives. Entonces, probably they may still confuse some letters like G and J, H, B and V, S and C, M and N, things like that. Entonces, the solution is that I will paste a poster with the alphabet in front of the class so the students can visualize the letters all the time and they can recall. Okay? So in general, this is the way we are going to make a lesson plan. Ahora, tell me, what do you think about this lesson plan? Is complicated? Is similar to the one you do? Is too much work? Probably with time. It's not that you need to change your lesson plan. It's in terms of the exam. But if there's something that we can improve, pues probably some ideas. Pues I like this or I like that. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. So you have your own lesson plan. And I'm going to invite you to analyze and check if you have clear stages, although you don't have the same stages as we do in this example. Analyze, do you divide your plan by stages? Your class has different stages. Which from these elements do you consider? Which ones, why and why not? Do you consider important the new elements presented today? Yes, no, probably no, because the experience, no, because I have a lot of groups and I cannot spend so much time on planning. Could they help you to improve? Pues no lo había pensado. And maybe I always have the same problem with my students. So maybe if I implement or if I include any of these elements, maybe my class may improve and the results may be better. Why or why not? Entonces, I'm going to give you 1 minute to observe this lesson plan. I'm going to share with you the link so you can check it and check it with your lesson plan. And I would like to know, okay? So you have 1 minute. So anyway, you are going to have a copy of this for you to have it as a reference or a semi-model for you when you need to make a similar lesson plan. Okay? Questions about the stages, the processes? Yes, Miss Gabby.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me very well?
Yes.
So
Ahí ya no le escucho tan bien.
a little disagree here. I a little disagree with check the homework. Yeah. Can you listen to me? No.
Yes. You disagree with
Yeah.
checking the homework. Why?
Yeah. Because in my case, I use model. And instead of spending this period in checking homework, I prefer to do another thing. Only that.
Okay.
Yeah, because in my case, I use model for upload all the homework. So, and I consider it's necessary. I prefer to do maybe, I don't know, another activity, teach vocabulary or other, or maybe a small review about grammar, because when we check homework, well, depends of the group, but if we have a 30 students, it's a lot of time. Yeah, do you understand what I mean?
Yes, I know. For example, in this case, I would disappear, bueno, in the case of Miss Gabby, she would disappear this one and probably she would dedicate more time for the spelling bee because remember the warm-up is something.
I agree with you. Thanks. I totally agree with you.
Okay, but
Thanks.
anyway, the homework, I may suppose that you check the homework and you provide the feedback. So you tell the students, a ver, guys, I checked your homework and guess what? Acuérdense que la es y que el verbo y que no sé.
Yeah, like I was telling you, in my case, I use model. In model, you can write notes, you can make a underline, you can do a lot of things. And obviously, we spend more time in house, but so in my case, I work 3 hours with my students. I have 2 classes with them. One class is for 1 hour, and the other class is for 2 hours. When I have 2 hours with them, I consider it that I have enough time. But when I have one, no, it's the period is too short. But the model platform led me to do a lot of things.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Entonces, no, you're welcome. Thank you. So in here, so you may decide if you can change, o sea, it's not necessary that you follow así religiously, así porque Ildana lo dijo. No, ya, then you are going to adapt the lesson plan according to your class. That's why we need to take into account the class profile. So, yes, I agree with you. If you decide or you see that your students need more time to do something special, do it. Okay? Entonces, no questions. Do you have your classes divided by these subsidiary aims and procedure and time and material and the possible problems and solutions? If not, try. Or choose the ones that you consider in your everyday practice may work for you. But in terms of the exam, you need to know them all, okay? All right, now, someone told me about the, I can't see anything on the screen. A ver, Miss Briseño, a ver, salte y vuelve a entrar. A lo mejor es... Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Ok, entonces, ¿sabes qué, Miss? Salte y vuelve a entrar, porfa. Ok. What do you remember about methodologies? Cha, 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 cha. Module 1. Así que Module 1, Exercise 3. Methodologies. Remember and say. What methodologies do you remember? Normally the audios are like this. Don't tell me that you don't remember anything about methodologies because I'm going to kill myself. Remember that we saw different methodologies, methods and approaches, okay? What methods and approaches do you remember? A ver, ahí están.
Grammar translation.
Grammar translation.
Total physical response.
Ajá.
Lexical approach.
Lexical approach.
Test
Okay.
speech test.
Exactly, very good. Do you remember more or less what they are about?
Yes, more. Yes.
More or less. Okay, don't worry because we are going to make a revision today, okay? Entonces, these are the methods and the approaches that the university is asking us to know at least, okay? Obviously, there are more, but these are, in terms of preparation of the exam, these are the methods. We have PPP, which is presentation, practice, and production. TPR, guided discovery, my favorite. TTT, grammar translation, also my favorite. TBL. PPP también I like it. And TPR. Y todos me gustan. And lexical approach for idioms especially, ¿no? And grammar translation. Okay, entonces, let's see. What do you think is the connection between these methodologies and the kind of activities and the way I'm going to direct my activities in order to achieve my main aim? O sea, how the methodologies that I use help me to achieve my goal, or they don't help. For example, in here, when we decided, because we were writing, pues we decided to make or to follow the steps of the writing process, no? But in here, for example, when we were reading, don't start reading. We decided to follow the presentation, practice, and production, no? Digo, the pre, the while, and the post. In this case, it's practice of language skills. But what about when I'm going to introduce something and I have my objective? Is it important to choose a specific methodology or probably to combine different methodologies to achieve successfully my goal?
Yes.
Okay, yes, because it will help me to establish very clear stages, step by step. And also each step is going to have different types of practice, since the very control to the freer control, the freer practice, okay? In this case, for example, I have different stages in the class. I have the warmer, the controlled practice, the presentation, the lead-in, the free practice or production, and the feedback. Do you consider that these are in the correct order?
No.
What would be the correct order?
First of all, warmer presentation. No, warmer leading presentation, in my opinion. At the end, feedback.
And the control practice?
Between the class, maybe, and
before
between
or
the class.
after before the feedback. Okay, very good. So I need to have very, very clear what steps in what order I'm going to work. They are not going to have mixed. No, pues ahora hagan esto. No, pero ahora hagan esto. Y ahora, because I lose the track of my main objective. So I need to be organized. I need to be very, very clear about what is going to be activity 1, activity 2, and the objectives. Remember, I add them up and I have the main objective. Okay? Entonces, we have these different methods and approaches. You remember some of them. So we are going to analyze. Okay? All right. Let's use a Jamboard. Okay? Let me open my Jamboard. Okay. Entonces, a ver, tell me, do you want to use this book or I have, ¿dónde están nosotros? I have English Aware 1 or English Aware 4. You tell me which one. A ver. 4, please. Okay, vamos a... It was the first one, okay? Y randomly, I'm going to choose... a ver, de acá. Donde se pare, ahí. Okay. Here. Okay. Entonces, I have... Híjole. Bueno. Entonces, I have... He was so kind that nobody suspected him. Bueno, un topic medio difficult. So in here, the grammar point is so, such, like, and as. Okay? Here I have a table with the grammar reference. This is not a presentation. It's just for the students to recall how the structure works. I have the practice, the recognition. This is on Scramble. Remember that when I have on Scramble, the objective in this case is to be aware of the way the different parts of a speech are going to be allocated in the sentence. Okay? So in this case, what I'm practicing or what I'm asking them to do is to pay attention in the different parts of a speech so they can construct correct and logical sentences. In here, for example, is identifying, and in here is completing. And then they have the vocabulary. Yes? And if you realize, the vocabulary that is used here, but is general, because the vocabulary to be used in the reading, in the listening, and the writing is related to this vocabulary. So it could be the pre, the while reading, then I have the listening, and the production. Okay? Ahora, imagine that my purpose is to introduce this chunk of grammar. Okay? I need to teach so, such, like, and as. What kind of presentation or what kind of method or approach do you think is more suitable for presenting this grammatical feature? I'm going to give you a minute to think, okay? Entonces maybe I can show you this and this. I'm going to close this one and like this. Entonces you have PPP, TPR, TTT. No se ve. Gosh. Because you remember what each method is about. What are the different processes or the different uses? Okay. Can I use TPR? Can I use TTT? Grammar translation, TBL, lexical approach, PPP. What? Okay. Think and tell me. So, ideas. I saw something in the chat. I'm not sure, but I have two options, TTT and TBL. Okay. A ver, okay. Another option. ¿Quién da más? I see, no? Ahora you agree with Miss Olga. PPP. Okay, PPP, TTT, TBL. Okay, muy bien. Okay, I like your idea. Entonces, let's see. What is my objective here? First, what is the information I need to fulfill before planning this? I need to know what. Ya le cerré, pero you needed to know the timetable fit and the assumption, ¿no? Entonces, let's check what they already know, at least from this module, module 4. Entonces, they have past progressive, no sé, este es page 62. Let's go to page, ¿saben qué? Lo voy a descargar para que me sea más fácil manipular. May, past, second conditional, okay, because this is level 4, okay, so they have plenty of experience. Entonces, pues as part of the timetable fit, they have conditional, simple past, what else they have? Ay, esta cosa como me estorba. They have, for example, defining and not defining relative clauses. They have present perfect, they have would, about past, present perfect, zero conditional, first conditional, second conditional, past progressive, is so and such and like and as, okay? So they have a lot of conditionals, present perfect, y relative clauses, okay? Now, assumptions. Pues I assume that they know verbs. Not necessarily the assumptions can be only related to grammar. I can also include assumptions about the abilities. Entonces, pues they have basic vocabulary, they know verbs, they maybe, es que this our 4 is what level of the Common European Framework? Es A2 más, no, pues ya está muy alto. O sea, they can give opinions, they can exchange information, they can write longer pieces of writing, they talk about their likes, etc., ¿no? O sea, also in here in the assumptions, pues I can check the Common European Framework to see more or less what, according to their level, what they should know, okay? Entonces, the main name, according to this and the characteristics of the level, I'm going to write the main name. Entonces, in this case, is page 60, 65. Sí. So, such, like, and as. Entonces, the ideas you had for the methods were PPP, luego TTT y TBL. ¿Ok? A ver, do you consider in this lesson, can I combine the three of them, or we just use should, or what? Can I use the three of them? Only two, only one, two. Okay, which one? Presentation, practice and production, TTT, TBL, etc. Okay, a ver. Okay, we are going to decide based on what we are going to set for as a goal. Okay, entonces this presentation of grammar is intermediate. The context is crime. Okay, maybe that will help. Entonces, how can I write my aim? By the end of the lesson, the students what? To do what?
Use so, such, like, and as. Teacher.
Entonces we have who, the students, what, where, and when. Remember the elements for the objective. To use so, like, yes, y no sé qué tanto, pero how? What for?
When they want to emphasize and talk about similarities.
Of, because it says so and such. We use the word so and such as intensifiers of the adjectives. That is to emphasize. Look at the patterns: noun, verb, so, and adjective. She's so intelligent. Pronoun, such, a one plus adjective plus noun. She is such an intelligent girl. Like an ass. We use the words like an ass to make comparisons or talk about similarities, like similarity in quality of characteristics. As similarity in manner, it describes the function, character of job of a person. Look at the patterns. She looks like her mother. Characteristics, manner. She acts as if she were her mother. Ahora, tell me, taking into account what Miss Gabby told me, she has one class for 1 hour, and then she has two classes of 2 hours each. Would you teach in the ideal world? Would you teach such like an ass in the same class? Yes, no, and why? I know that you have to, pero what do you think?
1 hour one day and 2 hours another day?
Maybe I would introduce so and such in one session. And then like an ass in another session.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the students are going to be confused. I know that in the real world, you need to teach these two topics and the vocabulary on the same day. But ideally, what I would do is to teach so and such in one session with enough practice, and then like an ass with enough practice. Entonces, what do you want to plan? So and such or like an ass? A ver, let's work with so and such, okay? Entonces, we need to follow these elements or to include these elements to write my objective. Entonces, by the end of the lesson, students may be able to what?
To understand the difference.
Okay.
Identify.
To identify the difference between ¿qué?
So and such.
For what for? What is the purpose? Ay, sí, pues ya vi, son distintos. Uno se escribe S-O y el otro se escribe S-U-C-H. Ya.
For the use. No.
And what is the use? A ver, nos regresamos. We use this word so and such as intensifiers of adjectives, that is to emphasize. Look at the patterns. She is so intelligent. She is such an intelligent girl. Entonces they have to make the difference, ¿no? Between so smart, so intelligent, so handsome, and saying, Luis Miguel is such a handsome and rich man. Both are used to intensify or emphasize the activity, but in here, although the intention is the same, what is different? The intention or the form?
The form.
Both
Exactly.
are different.
because they are different in form. In general, for the use, if you remember when we saw grammar, we said that we teach the form and the intention. What I want to express instead of saying the use. The use is the intention. In these two intensifiers, the intention of the use is the same, but in the form, in the formula, they are different. Entonces, as Miss Gaby said, okay, ay Dios, ¿dónde está? What I need to, a ver, déjenme ver si puedo desaparecer esto. Oye, esto, sí, ya, bingo. By the end of the lesson, students may be able to identify the difference between so and such. In what form or when?
When they want to emphasize.
Pero the use is similar, both emphasize. Entonces there's no difference. What is the difference? In what?
Form.
Bingo. Excellent. Fantastic. Ay, maravilloso. In form. Apart from identifying, what else they are going to do? For example, in here, my exercise, pues aquí en el unscramble, as, y pues no, este no me sirve hasta ahorita. Like, pues tampoco me sirve. So, as, such, y no me sirve. Okay, these exercises, probably I will solve them when I finish teaching like an as to recap or to wrap up both topics. But in this case, what I need to do is to practice only this one. My book has a workbook. Let's see if I have an exercise, especially for so and such. Es la unit 4. Unit 4. So and such. No. Vocabulary. No, pues no, I don't have. Grammar for that. Entonces I will need to think about an extra activity or to make their own sentences. I need a production part. Ay, yo vuelo por aquí, vuelo por allá. For example, in this case, how I'm going to evaluate, because in here is specific, recognize, difference, measurable, how I'm going to measure, how I'm going to evaluate this aim. If they tell me so and the adjective and such a y luego the adjective. Ya con eso ya they achieve the goal, or they need to be able to use it.
I don't know if I understand properly the question. Measurable could be with a written exercise.
Measurable means that you can see or you can evaluate it. Específico because goes straight to the point. Very concise. Measurable porque lo puedo medir in form of formal or informal kind of evaluation. If it is going to be summative or formative. That anyway is summative because I can transform the formative into summative. Attainable, remember that is within the capacities of your students. For example, esta no se las voy a poner a un basic one when they are with ugly, fat y tall, ¿verdad? O sea, they don't have enough experience with the language. So that would be impossible for them. This is attainable, relevant, that is meaningful for the students. In this case, for example, because I'm talking about describing something, they can describe their favorite singer or their favorite actor or the boyfriend or the girlfriend or a brother or a sister. Because in here, this grammar is not still related to the topic of the lesson. Entonces in here I have the freedom. Time bound, pues I'm saying in how many classes when this aim will be achieved. Entonces, how I'm going to measure the capacity of the ability of students to identify the different or know the difference between so and such. You said an exercise, pero what they need to do in an exercise?
To produce.
Produce, They will produce ¿qué? A paragraph, a sentence, an essay, a letter.
Sentences could be, right?
What level is this?
Is the first one, basic.
No, it's not basic.
I think that a short paragraph could be because they are in
A2.
Yeah.
Okay,
Ya son
sorry,
a
I was
dos.
with the other one exercise.
Sí, te pasa.
Just-
Entonces they are almost intermediate, ¿no? Almost, because they are, si es A2, pre-A1, A1, A2, son como kets. O keys. Son keys, ahora se llama key, no se llama ket. Entonces es entre basic e intermediate. No son total intermediate, pero ya, they have the capacity of doing more things, more independent. Entonces, they can write, as you said, they will produce a short paragraph. What kind of paragraph? If they are going to describe what they are going to do, what would be the most appropriate paragraph? Narrative, persuasive, descriptive.
Descriptive.
Because in here in the descriptive paragraph, they use a lot of adjectives, no? That especially related to those adjectives related to the senses. So they may help the reader to imagine or to visualize what the writer or the author is describing. Maybe I can use metaphor, but that is another story. So probably in here I will ask the students to emphasize the description by using so and such. So they trigger the imagination of the reader. Perfect. Describing what?
Family members.
Do you think
Describing his
is
family, her
motivating?
family.
A ver, vamos a pensar en
Actors,
algo que es
actress.
relevant. You know your students. Digo, yo no los conozco. Probably if I talk about my students, they are going to like video games. Que el Roblox y las cosas esas. But your students, what they like talking about.
Music.
Music. Okay. Entonces, describing their favorite ¿qué?
Artist?
Band, singers.
Ajá. Singer or band. Acá. O, ya sé, uno más emocionante. Their favorite kind of music. Porque ya chole con describe your favorite actor or actress. That is very traditional. Pero your favorite kind of music. A ver, what adjectives would you use to describe music? For example, if you tell me thrash metal, pues I cannot, bueno, sí sé, pero I cannot imagine what is the difference between heavy metal and thrash metal. O eso de death metal, ¿no? For me, thrash and death suenan igual. Entonces, by using your intensifiers and by using your adjectives, you are going to explain to me how this music sounds. Okay? Do you like our main name?
Yes, but okay, so I have a question. For example, this part shouldn't be related to the vocabulary that we are presenting.
Es que if you see your book, you are not presenting the vocabulary yet. I don't know if you teach first the vocabulary, because in this book, the vocabulary is practiced in the reading and the listening and the writing with the grammar.
Yes, in fact, that's my question, because well, I have I use this book, and that's my question. What should I do first, or we don't have really a structure that we need to follow? Can we start with the grammar and then the vocabulary, or?
Normally, how do you do it?
It depends on the topic. Sometimes I started with the grammar, sometimes I started with the vocabulary, depends on the topic.
For example, in this case, because the vocabulary is difficult, no? It's about interrogations in a court, no? So you have
Yes.
witness, jury, attorney, bullet, y no sé qué, trap, y no sé qué. What do you think would be best or would be easier for your students to understand? Because in this case, you would need to match these interrogations vocabulary with such, like, an as. Entonces, what would be better to do first? The vocabulary, and then teach the grammatical structure by using this vocabulary, or first the grammar and then I incorporate the grammar to the description probably of the suspect.
In this case, first the grammar.
Es que you need to adapt. There is no a magic formula. That's why you need to take into account the class profile. You know your students. Analyze the the topic, what is the sequence of the activities. Remember that we need to adapt. No porque yo lo haya escrito, I'm going to tell you, I know, I am the author and you need to go A, B, C, D, E, pero así because I'm going to get mad. No, probably I would say, for example, in this, I'm just teaching so and such, but I don't have any exercise with so and such solito.
Yes.
So maybe I will need to adapt because I consider that although my students are upper basic, almost intermediate or pre-intermediate, they don't have enough experience yet. And this one is not an easy grammatical structure or feature. It's really complicated.
Yes.
Because we don't have it in Spanish, para empezar.
Yes.
Él es tan guapo, pues sí, él es tan guapo. Y aparte ni hablamos así. No decimos, ay, es tan guapo que desmayaría en este momento. No hablamos así. Decimos, es que es muy guapo o está bien guapo. Obviamente talking about Luis Miguel, ¿no? And in here, like y as, like her mother. Ay, sí, te comportas como tu madre. Y luego, actúa como su mamá. For us, is the same word. And has the same meaning. Entonces, to find the intention or the proper use and in what situation I'm going to use these intensifiers, in English is really, really complicated because I need to first to find the equivalent in my language to know in what moment I'm going to use it. In module 1, I was telling you, that's why futures are so difficult because I have will, going to, and present continuous. And these three structures have different intentions. Will for sudden decisions, going to intentions, yeah, a little bit more meditated, no? And present continuous is que ya you have the plan, structure, place, time, you have the appointment. But in Spanish, we don't have these three tenses for these three different intentions. We always use the same structure. Entonces, that's why futures are so difficult for our students. Entonces, you decide, dices, no, pues sí, I considered, in my personal opinion, that I should teach this first, and then I will have both, the practice of both. And when they have managed more or less, más more que less, the structure, entonces I introduce my vocabulary because in here they are going to use it in the reading. They have as, they have like, they have such, so they will continue practicing. They will listen for it. They are going to write. And you have this one is fantastic because you can use this as part of your evaluation criteria for the students. But that's another story. Entonces, pues no, there's, as you said, pues that will depend. Sometimes you start with the vocabulary, sometimes you start with grammar. That depends on the necessities you have. In this case, we decided to start by using the grammar or by teaching the grammar because of the complexity of the intensifiers, no? Even for us, for the teachers, it's difficult to understand and to have very clear what specifically we are going to teach. Because sometimes we said, no, pues yo les voy a presentar los adjetivos y luego que describan, pero luego el so, y I'm lost. And instead of presenting the grammatical structure in a clear way, I'm confusing my students. and I feel frustrated because the intention I have is good, but unfortunately the steps I'm following are not very clear. Okay? Entonces, I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, yes, thank you very much.
Okay, entonces, based on this, I have my main objective, okay? What are the key words here? Be able to identify difference entre so and such in form, no use. And they will produce a short descriptive paragraph about favorite kind of music. It's a descriptive paragraph. Okay. What method would best suit for this main aim? You said PPP, presentation, practice and production, TTT, test, teach, test, or task-based learning. Or you can choose another one. A ver. Tengo guided discovery, tengo grammar translation, tengo TPR, tengo lexical approach. Which one? You choose. Remember that there are no correct or incorrect ideas, okay? Entonces don't feel afraid. Say something. Or we keep these three. What do you think? PPP, TTT, and TBL?
I would go with PPP.
PPP, ok. Un voto para PPP. Remember that in one lesson I can combine. I can have PPP and TTT. Or I can have PPP and TBL is possible. So choose another one. These two have two possibilities. And even I have already planned something with TBL, pero it's not my lesson plan. You are making the lesson plan. I'm just the guide. What do you want? Miss Gaby, Miss Olga. Ay, aquí tengo mi chat y no. PPP, TBL, PPP, and TBL. Ok, perfecto, excelente, muy bien. Entonces, PPP and TBL. Perdón porque no había visto el chat. Ok, entonces, ahí está. Ok, entonces, who recalls the process for PPP?
Presentation, practice, and production.
Okay. In what moment I'm going to insert the TBL?
In the descriptive paragraph.
Okay, in the
They
descriptive
make the
paragraph.
tasks.
Entonces, what part is that? Is the
Production.
Exactly. Ay, fantástico. Muy bien, excelente. Entonces, PPP. Presentation. How I'm going to make my presentation? Llego y ¿qué hago?
I think that, well, in my case, I try to use examples. So normally I present with examples that are related or that are known by them. That they, for example, but I don't know, family about likes or dislikes that could be attractive for them. Yes, so I model the examples.
Ok, entonces vamos a poner, no sería primero la presentación, sería the leading, ¿no? Entonces, as you said, the leading would be, can you repeat, miss? If we are talking about bands, so it's attractive for them, as you said. And we are talking about bands.
Yes, I will model some examples. Yes, some sentences that talks about the band, and of course that includes this so and such.
Okay. What do you think, teachers? What is the purpose of the leading?
Dirigir.
We prepare the students for the topic. I'm not presenting anything yet, okay? Entonces, in here, leading, I can show them pictures of different musicians. Or albums with different types of music.
So lead-in is a kind of introduction?
Yes. Yes. In here. Lead in. The short story, anecdote, or eliciting pictures. The warm-up can be spelling bee, vocabulary context, check the homework, game, group dynamic. Because the leading introduces a theme in the class. They can also be used to prepare the class for a new activity during the lesson. And the warmer is an activity at the end of the class that is aimed to prepare students for an English lesson. They should be short in duration. Again, the spelling bee, check the homework, call the roll, whatever. And the lead-in introduces the theme of the class. In this case, what is the topic of my class? Topic, no grammatical structure. What is the topic?
Favorite music?
Favorite kind of music?
Exactly. We are going to talk about music, no? By using the intensifiers. But the topic is... Ahora sí que el programa del día de hoy hablaremos de los tacos al pastor, ¿ok? Entonces, the living, as we read, introduces the theme. How I'm going to introduce the theme? By showing them different types of music. Different musicians y different types of music. ¿Y what's your favorite kind of music? No, pues I like reggaetón. Guácala. Bueno. Sí, chido por ti. And what is your favorite kind of music? No, pues a mí me gusta el pop y a mí me gusta el K-pop.
Classic
no
rock.
Sé no, classic rock, no sé a qué música les gusta a esa edad. And in here,
K-pop
remember,
teacher.
K-pop, okay. All right, entonces K-pop. Entonces, pues que Blackpink y que BTS y que no sé quién, porque nada más son los dos que conozco, ¿no? Ay, qué padre, que sí, que no. Ya se entusiasmaron. They are interested. Yupi, hasta que vamos a, for example, se me está ocurriendo algo. As a living, instead of pictures, I prepare my playlist and I start playing different types of music. Rock and roll, country, classical, jazz, blues, K-pop, thrash metal, heavy metal, opera. I have thousands of kinds of music. And say, why do you like K-pop and why you don't like opera? Have you ever heard, for example, to Luciano Pavarotti? Do you know him? No, nunca lo he escuchado. Or do you know that there is a famous Mexican opera singer, Fernando de la Mora? A ver, listen to him. Or there is a musician, no me acuerdo, el flautista, very famous, Mexican. You can show them that even modern people are playing classical music because they want to promote. For example, once I introduced this melody of ta 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 to my primary students, and I asked them to listen to the song and close their eyes. And I asked them, how do you feel? And they told me, I feel scared. I don't like it. For me, it's scary. And then I presented the same melody, but with the group, dos cellos. And it was the same, and they combined the cello with electric guitar and rock and roll. So they saw the same piece of music with a different point of view. So probably I can play with that. And remember, the students sometimes need to be, they need to feel, they need to use their senses. And more if they are going to write a descriptive paragraph. Entonces, probably the most appropriate lead-in is this one, because remember that in the descriptive paragraph, they need to refer to sensitive adjectives. Entonces, in here, I'm going to change. Students listen to different types of music and talk about them. If they like them or not. If they have heard them, about them or not. Okay, and you are teaching culture. Remember, we are not teaching the language only. We are also teaching culture, okay? And culture is important. Presentation. how I'm going to make my presentation. Ya presenté la música, ya saben que vamos a hablar de música. Obviously, the models that I'm going to use in my presentation should be related to music because that is the topic of the class. No? Remember that I need to use so and such.
Maybe I can give my personal opinion about music. I would say, for me, heavy metal is so loud, for example.
Okay. So that's why I don't like it. Yes, it's okay, but in here. Do you remember the process the teacher followed to make the presentation? Because it's the first time. How do you, okay, you give this example. And how do you show your students the intention between so and such? Because that is my objective. My objective is to make students be able to identify the difference between so and such. Entonces, in my presentation, what I need to spot or what I need to present is this difference. How can I do it?
Show sentences about my opinions in all those kinds of type of music, using
Okay.
some search.
Okay, entonces, those are be my models, okay? How, espérenme, si no se me va la onda. With my personal opinions. Okay, very good. Entonces, what are the steps based on the model class we saw in this session in module 1? What are the steps I need to follow, or what are the aspects I need to take into account?
Using realia or pictures, more pictures.
Do you remember this class? In general,
Yes.
do you remember this video?
Yes.
Okay, let's recall what the teacher did. He was presenting vocabulary. In our case, we are teaching intensifiers. Can you recall the steps he followed?
I don't remember the class. Is that for module 1, perhaps?
Here's the module 1. That's why I told you, module 1 is really linked to the module 2. We are going to land all the theory into the practice. And then we are going to continue with the practice in module 3.
I remember that the teacher was showing flashcards. Yes, and he was asking first about if they, for example, know what was the occupation, and then he presented. Yes, he said the word, and then asked them to repeat it.
Okay, let's do something. Very good, teacher. Let's do something. Let's go for the break. 10 minutes. Today we are supposed to finish at 6:30. I'm going to talk to my student, and I'm going to ask him for permission to cancel or to postpone today's class. If necessary, we finish at 7. But I really need that you have very clear this topic, okay? So I prefer to try to have my class maybe tomorrow, for an exception, because I'm really concerned that we have a lot of things to discover here, and I wouldn't like to cut, because it's going to be a long break, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and we are going to forget so many things, okay? And that's why I'm recording the class this time, because the method they used in the morning is different. So probably you can compare both cases, and you will have a clear panorama by analyzing two different things, okay? Entonces, let's have the break at 5:16. We are going to come back. So I'm going to play the music, and when you listen that the music stops, yeah, your time is over, okay? Okay, perfect. Entonces, let me continue. Ah, it's recording. Okay, very good. So now let's see. Okay. We are going to watch the video about PPP. I'm going to stop from time to time the video, and we are going to identify the different stages in this presentation. The characteristic and the purposes of each activity he does, okay? Entonces, please tell me if
Hello everyone, how are
can you hear? A ver.
you today? Good. What's
Yes, can you hear?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
my job?
You're a teacher.
Why do you think so?
Because we're
That's good, you're learning, that's good. Okay, it's not my first job, I've had a lot of other jobs actually. Actually, I've got a list here of jobs. Some of them I really have done, and some of them I haven't done. In case you can't see it, it's teacher, pizza chef, salesman, doctor, and nursery nurse. So I want you to try and speak with me now as a group and just tell me which ones you think really were my jobs and which ones are not my job. Anyone want to make a comment? Yeah.
I doubt that you're a doctor.
I've never worked as a doctor, that's correct. Yes?
A nursery nurse?
I've never worked as a nursery nurse, that is correct.
I can see you as a salesman.
Well, I have worked as a salesman.
I don't think you were a pizza chef.
Pardon?
I don't think you were a pizza chef.
In fact, I have worked as a pizza chef.
That's cool.
Okay, so this is what I would like you to do. Take a piece of paper, write down a few jobs that you have done and a few jobs you haven't done, and then speak with your partner. Just show your partner like that, and then partner, you should say if you think she has done the job or she hasn't done the job, just for a few minutes. So
Okay. What stage is he now?
Presentation.
Is a presentation, you think?
is everyone going to write?
Is in the leading or the presentation?
I think it's the leading.
In here,
The
in the
leading.
video, they say warmer.
Yeah.
Pero in reality, the warmer, it starts at the very beginning. Is the leading because you are directing the students to the topic, okay? And what is the topic of his lesson?
Professions?
Professions and jobs, okay? And the students are they are activating schemata and previous knowledge in such a way because they know vocabulary about jobs. They were able to ask the teacher, and now what they have to do? They need to make a list, no? And compare with the partner, and the partner needs to guess what jobs they have done. Entonces, the vocabulary of jobs and professions is new?
No, I don't think so.
No. The students
Have
already
previous
know the,
knowledge.
So remember that in here, what I'm going to do, my aim is to activate the schema. So that's why I'm not presenting yet, Okay? Let's continue watching the video.
Write a list.
Yes.
Okay. Is it just going to be jobs you have done?
No.
Okay. And what will you do when your partner shows you their list?
Yes, which
Yes.
ones they've done.
Okay, that's great. I'll start you off when I can see everyone's got the list, but you can plan it now. Okay, are you ready? You only need a few, so when you're ready, speak together, show your list, and just decide together if you think he's done that job or she's done that job or not.
Yeah, true. I have not been I have not been in these.
Oh my god, you make me really
Okay, let me interrupt you there.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So I'll just come to one or two groups to hear what Sorry to interrupt. So how about this pair? Which jobs has he done, which jobs has he not done?
So he has been a traffic counter.
Traffic counter, click, click, click on the cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has been a stamp licker. He has not been a toad handler. And he has been a copy sub-journalist.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to teach you some more words connected with jobs now. Do you know what this man is doing? What's his job?
He's Neil Armstrong.
Okay, what does Neil Armstrong do?
He's an astronaut.
Yeah. Listen, astronaut. Say it together. Astronaut.
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 Can you say? Astronaut. Good.
Astronaut.
Good.
Astronaut.
Good. Okay. So, does an astronaut fly a normal plane, or does he go into space?
He goes to space.
Okay. In space, do you need your normal clothes or a special suit?
Special suit.
Okay, that's good. This is how you write the word. Astronaut. 3 syllables. Where's the stress?
No.
The beginning, yes. Astronaut. Astronaut. Good. Okay.
Now, what stage is he now?
Presentation.
Exactly, he is presenting. Yes? Did you
Now, can you see
notice?
what this lady's doing?
Did you notice how he introduced the first model? Here I am in the presentation, okay?
With a flashcard.
And what else? What is the process that he followed?
He was soliciting.
Okay, can you explain?
He asked students to tell him if they needed a special suit or normal clothes, and then he wrote the vocabulary word of a job on the board. Convey meaning, exactly.
What else did he do? He did several things when presenting just one model.
Mhm.
A ver, let's continue watching to see if you can spot.
Cash.
Teller.
Or teller.
Cashier, teller. I'm thinking of a word beginning with shop. Assistant, yes. Listen, shop assistant.
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 Good.
Shop assistant.
Good. Now, does a shop assistant buy things from customers or sell things to customers?
Sell things.
Okay, good. Is she the manager?
No.
Normally not. Okay, good. You write it like this. The first word is stress. Shop. Now the second word has 3 syllables. Where's the stress? Assistant. Good. Assistant. Listen. Shop assistant. Shop assistant. Say.
Shop assistant.
The p and the a make a syllable. Shop assistant. Now, what does this man do?
Farmer.
Yeah, listen. Farmer.
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 Good?
Farmer.
Good? Farmer. Good. Okay. Now, does a farmer work in a factory or does he grow food?
Grows food.
Okay. Does he often work indoors or often work outdoors?
Outdoors.
This is how you write it. Okay. Where's the stress? First syllable or second syllable?
First.
Yeah. Farmer. Can you see this one? Yeah. It's okay. Could be painter, yeah. I'm thinking of the word artist today. But he is a painter as well. Say artist.
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 Good. You write it like this. Where's the stress? First. Artist. Sorry about the sound. What does he do? Bus driver, yeah. Listen. Bus driver.
Bus driver.
Bus driver.
Bus driver.
Say.
Bus driver.
Good.
Bus driver.
Bus driver.
Good. Now, does a bus driver normally drive a very small car or a bigger vehicle?
A bigger vehicle.
Only his family or also the public?
Public.
Public, good, yeah. 2 words. There's a stress on bus. And then, where's the stress on the second word? Driver, yeah. Bus driver. Ow! Don't worry.
Doctor.
It's the doctor, yeah, listen. Doctor. Doctor. Together, doctor.
Doctor. Doctor.
Good. So, does the doctor work to improve your health or to improve your money situation? Your health, yeah, that's true, yeah. Can he help with money?
No. You can help spend it.
Yeah, spend it. Written like this. Where's the stress? Doctor. Doctor.
Oh.
Doctor on the whole syllable. Doctor.
So, okay. In his case, his models were the words, okay? In my case, because I'm not teaching vocabulary, I'm teaching sentences. My models, you said that you would include personal likes. Ahora, let's analyze. I am in the presentation. What do you think his objective was? To present what?
Introduce vocabulary,
Of?
jobs, jobs.
Okay, professions or jobs. Very good. In here, what is my objective?
Ya se va, Mari. Adiós.
To familiarize students with jobs and profession.
In this case, because remember, yes, o sea, that is his objective. But mine, because they are going to, my objective is by the end of the lessons, the students may be able to identify the difference between so and such in form. They will produce a short descriptive paragraph describing their favorite kind of music. So the first part of my objective is to make the difference between so and such. Entonces, how I'm going to make my presentation, talking about my personal likes, or if so, give me an example.
You will post on the board different kinds of music or show them by listening.
Pero ese es el leading, eso ya pasó.
Okay. Presentation.
Yes, we are in the presentation.
Well, in the lead-in, you mentioned or you elicited the different kinds of music from the students. But in this case, you are going to make a presentation on the board of my favorite kind of music.
Give me an example of a model.
For example, I like classic rock, so I would put different pictures or posters of groups like Deep Purple or Led Zeppelin or Black Sabbath on the board, and tell different kinds of songs that they might have recorded, and the instruments, so they can identify the different kinds of classic rock and the instruments, perhaps.
Okay, this activity that you are telling me is directed to achieve the same?
Many lessons. Oh no, no, I didn't. I didn't count with so and such. I'm sorry.
Es que that's why it's very important that we have in mind all the time the main name.
Yeah.
Because we start sidetracking. Y
Yeah.
nos vamos por otro lado, we start making different things, and that's why teachers say, ay, no, pues es que no saben usar so y such. Why? Because instead of teaching so and such, I was giving them a class about likes and dislikes. Entonces, keep in mind,
the so and
yes,
so. Yeah.
the main name always.
Yeah.
Entonces, these models are correct according to my aim. Los models about my personal likes, and I like classic rock, y luego les doy una cátedra de que Deep Purple, que es de Inglaterra, y que los Rolling Stones, y que no sé qué. No. Am I achieving my goal?
No, I forgot
And I'm
about
teaching,
and such.
Es que we shouldn't forget about our aim.
Yeah, but I did. I'm sorry.
Entonces, what? This one definitely is not. This one, no. And in here we had some activities the teacher did in the presentation. He only wrote the model and conveyed the meaning? Or what else he did?
Or what about having this classic rock idea that you present your written model of your paragraph talking about a group that is classic rock. And then you describe this group and you use so and such, and then you can explain it with your example as a presentation. I don't know if you understand the idea.
Yes, I got the idea. You have a paragraph and they need to deduct and deduce. You have a kind of deductive and inductive activity. Is this PPP? What is the methodology I'm using? That's why we are watching this video, because this video corresponds to PPP, presentation, practice, and production, because that is the methodology you say you would use in this class. If we do this, do you remember what method or approach is this one? About the paragraph and seeing and identifying and so on. It's guided discovery. Entonces, I'm not following PPP. And I think that the problem here is that we are not used to have a clear aim when I'm teaching a lesson, and I start sidetracking and creating things around the topic, and we don't have a clear method to follow in a class. Okay, I think that you can model a sentence like heavy metal music is such a loud music that I get. Okay. Instead of loud, noisy, no? Okay. That would be your first model. Pero how I'm going to introduce that model? Can you give me an example with so?
Heavy metal is played so loud.
No, no, no. With other type of music, please. This is my first model, no? And here I have such a noisy kind of music. Vamos a ponerle. Entonces, tampoco porque no es PPP, ¿ok? Y yo sigo arrastrando mi written model y mi convey the meaning. Pobrecitos, nadie los quiere. A ver, invent another sentence with another type of music from the ones that we presented at the beginning. Take advantage of what you have. You presented and you introduced different rhythms, different types of music to your students. Si no, nada más es así, ¿ya lo viste? Ok, ya, forget about it. Use your model with another type of music.
Maybe it would be soul music. It's so relaxing that it gets me sleepy.
What kind of music?
Soul music.
What?
Soul music. Soul.
Soul music?
Yeah.
Ay, no. Bueno, remember, the models, bueno, suggestion. That always in positive. Ay, pobre soul music. Y so, vamos a ponerle, soul music is so relaxing that helps me to clear my mind, ¿no? And tan
Okay,
clear
that sounds
que ya
better.
estoy, que ya tan clara que hasta me quedo dormida, me quedo en blanco.
Suena
Okay.
mejor esa, teacher.
¿Verdad que sí? What kind of music do you like, teacher?
I like pop music.
Ah, y capaz de que digo, ay, me choca pop music porque es bien, aburrida. ¿Qué
Muy
sentiría?
repetitiva, ¿no?
Ajá, ajá. Entonces, ok. Entonces, these are my models, ¿no? At least I need to a presentation at least 6 models.
On the second sentence,
Six.
the verb to be is missing.
Okay. So relaxing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Aquí, 6 models. 3 with so and 3 with such. Or such. So I have enough practice, okay? Ahora, going back to the video. Ay. He has his models. His models are the words. What did he do during the presentation? What were the steps? Porque no los voy a presentar así. I'm not going to write them on the board. Because what the students do if you write something on the board? What do they normally do? Or what we normally do?
Students copy.
Ajá. O copian o ponen atención.
Exactly.
The brain cannot be divided into two different activities. Entonces, what the teacher did.
He drilled the students to repeat the words, pronunciation one by one.
So, but before drilling, what did he do?
He made them repeat the words.
That is drilling.
That is drilling, yes.
A ver. Observe.
He divided he divided in syllables and
No. Wait a minute.
Okay.
First he asked questions.
No. Yo les digo ahorita, okay? Wait.
Artist. Sorry about the sound. What does he do? Bus driver, yeah, listen. Bus driver.
What did he do?
A joke? He made sounds?
No. ¡Bingo! Ajá. Y luego de licit, ¿qué hizo Miss Olga?
He made them repeat.
No. What is Yes, repeat.
Showing the correct model, the correct way.
He introduced the model. 1. Teacher introduces the model by what?
Eliciting.
More, because remember that you elicit in order to obtain information your students have. I'm going to have okay. Yes. No, don't worry, Teacher Robert. Take care.
Thank you.
I have
Presenting the topic. Showing. Speaking.
No. What methodology do you normally use? In general.
It's supposed to be teacher. So.
But in reality, we are not following the steps of PPP. Listen, okay? I'm going to be the teacher and you are going to be the students, okay? Entonces, I have here Vamos a ver. Ahí está. I have my picture, okay? This is my visual, okay? These are my visuals. I need to provide my students with visual support. So it helps them to convey the meaning and also to maintain their interest. In case they don't catch a word from the model, they can do it by observing the picture. Normally at this stage no tengo nada escrito, ¿ok? Pero es que voy a copiar la oración. Porque el modelo está muy largo, ¿eh? Of music that I get stressed. Y luego era que soul, ¿qué? Soul is a ¿qué? Is so relaxing that helps me to clear my mind. Helps me to clear, aquí me comí un to clear my mind. Okay? Okay, entonces, espérenme. You are going to be my students, okay? Vamos a poner, no sé, que tampoco es así como muy calmado, no creo. Okay. Entonces, okay. Imagine that I have my flashcard here, or I project it on the board, okay? Heavy metal music is such a noisy kind of music that I get stressed, okay? Listen. Heavy metal music is such a noisy kind of music. Lo voy a cortar. Heavy metal is such a noisy kind of music. Ya hasta me dice bolas. Heavy metal is such a noisy, yes. Heavy metal is such a noisy kind of music. Very long, okay? Listen. Heavy metal is such a noisy kind of music, okay? 7. Heavy metal is such a noisy kind of music, okay? Repeat, everybody. Heavy metal is a kind of music. Heavy metal, todos, ¿no? Así, todos, ya repitieron. Ay, bravo, ok. Juanito, Manola, Pedro, excellent, very good. And I write my sentence. Heavy metal, blah, 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 blah. I model or I make the example, provide the example of the whole sentence. In this case, the model is really, really long. So it's over challenging for the students. Entonces, because they are going to repeat it. And when I'm repeating or when I'm modeling, I emphasize heavy metal is such a noisy kind of music. Heavy metal is such a noisy kind of music. When I modeled, they had listening practice. They are listening to the teacher. Do you remember how we learned to speak, L1? By listening to our caretakers, to our parents, to our brothers, to our sisters, to whoever. This is the way our students are going to learn the second language. Any child learns a language by reading. Is imitation. Remember, first we need the immersion and then the grammar analysis. The reading and the listening is when we are going to practice the language skills. But in here is the presentation of new vocabulary, of new grammatical structures. For us, it's very easy because we know it. But they don't know it. Even in their language, this structure doesn't exist. Entonces, we need to make it as clear and friendly as we can. So that's why I don't recommend to do it by reading unless your students have plenty of experience by using the language, but I don't think so. Because they are upper basics, maybe intermediate or advanced. And we saw that when we saw grammar translation and this inductive and deductive grammar. So again, it's very necessary for us to know our students, okay? Their capacities. Otherwise, les vamos a dar el tiro, pero en la cabeza. ¿Ok? Bueno. Luego, the second model. Soul music, listen. Listen. Soul music is so relaxing that helps me to clear my mind. Listen. Soul music is so relaxing that helps me to clear my mind. Okay? Yes? Everybody repeat. Soul music is so relaxing. ¿Quién sabe qué? Again, that repetition in chorals is for me to catch if they are recognizing and if they are reproducing each word in the model. In here, I'm listening and checking. Check equals to evaluation. If I continue with my third model, or if I stay here and give them more oral and listening practice. If they say soul or relaxing. No, relaxing. And I continue giving them oral and listening practice until the model is reproduced properly. And if I spot a student that has problems in producing the sounds, is the first one, the victim, that I'm going to ask him to repeat. Okay, Venancio, can you tell me, can you repeat Soul is so relaxing that helps me to clear my mind. Okay, listen. Soul music is so relaxing that helps me to clear my mind. Everybody, soul music is so I'm not demonstrating the student, decirle, ay, Venancio, de veras que te pasas. O sea, no puede ser posible. No, probably es Venancio y es Manolo. Entonces, I'm giving them proper and enough LP practice so I can help the other students that probably are not, that they don't have or they don't get yet the correct pronunciation. And this oral and listening and practice, you are on one form. You are working with the visual students because you have the model. Heavy metal music is so noisy. They are reading, they are visualizing. But this reading, as the teacher did, first he presents the model. And then when he has the chorals and the individuals.
Bus driver. Bus driver.
Bus driver.
Say?
Bus driver.
Good.
Bus driver.
Can you see? He was asking for chorals, therefore individuals.
Now, does a bus driver normally drive a very small
He's
car or a
making
bigger
questions.
vehicle?
What is the purpose of these questions? He hasn't written anything. Discover if they understand. Okay. If they understand what? The model? What is my main name? No. Identify what? Yes, is to identify what? By what? Espérenme, déjenme decirle a mi alumno que si podemos posponer la clase. Okay, by producing, no. Aquí. He made the chorals, he made the individuals, and he asked questions, okay? These questions are to convey the meaning. What is the meaning of convey the meaning? Ay, gracias a Dios. What does convey the meaning means?
Conectar con el significado. No sé.
Yes, yes, yes. Sí, sí, sí. ¿Quién es Miss Olga? No me cuelgues, Miss Olga. Miss Olga. Dime, Miss Olga, no me dejes. ¿Conectar con qué?
Aquí estoy, maestra. Con el significado.
Exactamente. Ay, desde ahora, Miss Olga es mi alumna favorita. La amo con todo mi corazón.
Ay, maestra.
Oh, ya,
Perdón,
ni modo.
maestra, perdón.
¿Por qué perdón?
No pude ver el módulo, porque no pude ver el módulo 1 y estoy un poco lost. Aquí estamos, maestra, dando lo mejor que se puede.
Eso es lo más importante. Que están haciendo su esfuerzo. Otra cosa sería, ay, no, no le entiendo y chin, me salgo.
Perdón, maestra, justo de la explicación.
No te oigo, Miss Olga. No te oigo. Pero sí. No te oigo bien, Miss Olga. Escríbeme. Todo lo que me quieras decir, escríbemelo. Ajá. Entonces, I'm going to convey the meaning. In this way. No te oigo, Miss. Escríbeme, porque te cortas así como robot, te cortas y no te entiendo. No, escríbemelo, Miss. Si puedes, escríbeme. Si no, luego me dices. Me mandas un chat. ¿Sabes? Ok.
¿Cómo se llama?
Ok, entonces, a ver aquí. Convey the meaning if my students, if my objective is my students to identify the difference. Para hacer esto, what they need to know. ¿Quieren que se los explique en español? Se los explico. Ajá, conectar con el significado. Perfecto. Convey the meaning. I'm not telling them exactly. So significa tan. Y such también tan, porque entonces, pero les jalo más la cuerda. ¿Ok? Entonces, they need to deduce, que creo que me dijo la Miss, también la Miss Olga. Ay, por ahí me dijiste algo de deduce. Pero sí, deduce. Ah, pues the model is so clear, the example is so clear that I can identify the difference between so and such. Entonces, at the moment I'm making or I'm thinking about my models, the models should be clear enough that for them is very obvious the difference in intention. Digo, inform. In what no es nada más, pues sí, aquí es socha y aquí es so, pues aquí son dos y aquí es una. No. Such a noisy. Y siempre es such a beautiful. They are such, for example, when it's singular, they are such a wonderful group. So that would be also important to say if you can use such with plurals or only with singulars. In this case, you say such a nice group. They are such a nice group. You don't say they are such a beautiful men. A beautiful man? No. It's for singular. And so, they are so handsome. They are such a beauty or a handsome group of men. So they need to identify this form in what this word is followed by what? What is the order for plural or singular? So that's why I need to study and prepare my grammar very, very carefully and be prepared to answer any kind of question and make the models very, very clear that is evident the difference. Entonces, when I ask the individuals, I make questions. Espérenme, ahí voy, ya vi que alguien me escribió. Teacher makes questions to convey the meaning. For example, what questions can I make to convey the meaning of these models? They are such nice people. Excellent. Pues ahí está. How can I convey the meaning? What questions can I ask them to check if they understood such a noisy? For example, heavy metal is such a noisy kind of music. Is it really, really noisy or just a little bit noisy? Such or a little? Very or a little? And your students say, no, very noisy. That's why heavy metal is such a noisy kind of music. Even I don't need to make questions. While presenting my model, I can make the mimic. In the morning, I don't remember what we were presenting. That just by by using the mimic, we were should, shouldn't, should, shouldn't. And I don't need to make any questions. It's implicit. You should take your sunblock. You shouldn't swim in the lake because I have my picture with the lake with a horrible crocodile from the morning. So you shouldn't swim in the lake. You shouldn't. Entonces, in this case, by making this mimic and by having the visual support, they deduce or they convey the meaning. That's why the visual aids are very, very important. That's why the teacher has these pictures. The pictures or the material helps me to convey the meaning. All right. A ver, let's see. Dice, because we need also to check the grammatical stuff in the book, because if we teach something and then we go back to the book and it's something different, we are in trouble. Dice, we use the word so and such as intensifiers of adjectives, that is to emphasize. Look at the patterns. Noun, verb, so y adjective. She is so intelligent. Pronoun, such, an adjective, a noun. She is such an intelligent girl. Entonces, leo otra vez el comment to see if it is what you were referring to. Ay, Dios. You said, it isn't the difference that when we use do you think soul music is so relaxing? Okay, yes, it is. Okay, yes. Is that when we use such, we must have a noun after the adjective. A noun after, and in here we don't have the noun. Excellent, sí, perfecto. Excelente, sí, sí, sí. Entonces, if we are going to introduce that, if they are going to deduce that form, because es la form, my model, entonces aquí, can be just simple like that. Heavy metal music is such a noisy music. Soul music is so relaxing.
That's it.
All right, entonces, I write my models. And you keep on introducing your models. When you finish to introduce your models, what did the teacher do? In this case, it's vocabulary.
Yeah,
So
what I saw, I'm sorry, what I saw that he did was to express in a contrast. For example, he said, is he driving in a small vehicle?
Pero all these questions were to convey the meaning.
Exactly.
Ya vamos al siguiente paso.
Okay.
Ok, entonces, ya he conveyed the meaning y ya lo pegó. Y luego, what did he do? A ver, let's see.
Only his family or also the public?
Ahí convey the meaning.
Public, good, yeah. 2 words. There's a stress.
Okay, in that case, he's writing the word. Apart from practicing the pronunciation and the spelling, what is he practicing? Or what else is he presenting?
Word stress?
Exactly. Entonces, remember, bueno, I'm going to share, no tengo la presentación. I'm going to share with you the link for you to watch the whole presentation. But this, about the methods and the approaches, you have the videos here. Session 5, ustedes pueden ver todo lo del classroom. Session 5, video session, methods and approaches, le dan clic y si ustedes les va a abrir un PDF, le dan clic a los pizarrones y ahí voy a apagar mi cámara para que corra el video.
Forms and
Corren
surveys
los
like
videos.
this get responses like that.
Y son los mismos
But with
videos que
Typeform,
vimos en la clase para que les echen un ojo y hagan un repaso. ¿Ok? Entonces, ese material lo tienen en el classroom. ¿Ok? Bueno,
Okay, teacher.
entonces
Okay.
también vimos que cuando enseñamos vocabulario, no nada más enseñamos la palabra, había otros elementos que tenemos que enseñar. ¿Se acuerdan cuáles eran? Intonation, stress, phonemics, el exponent, synonym, antonym, todos esos. ¿Se acuerdan? That we can expand amazingly the vocabulary of our students just by teaching 6 or 5 words. ¿Ok? Entonces, in here, pues I don't have, ¿dónde estoy? I don't have stress o what feature of pronunciation can I teach in here? Heavy metal is such a noisy music, such a noisy music. It's so relaxing. Heavy metal music is such a noisy music. It's such a noisy music. Intonation, of course. And remember, también acá tienen un video, un beautiful video, cuando vimos the video for intonation and how the intonation can change the meaning totally or the intention of a sentence. ¿Ok? Lo tienen en la sesión 2. ¿Ok? Entonces tienen mucha tarea. ¿Ok? Entonces, I present the intonation and that maybe will help the students to convey the meaning. This formula, no? This form, that so plus the adjective. Such, and then you have adjective and noun, ¿no? Que gracias al profesor Héctor nos iluminó el camino. Entonces, you have your models. Yeah, you gave you wrote them, you practice the intonation, y luego esa es still my practice, ¿no? Digo, my presentation. Yes? If I want a presentation, I can direct them here, so together we analyze. They may copy the models, and if you want, they can underline in different colors. Or they can circle the intensifier, they can underline the adjective, and I don't know, in a square, or highlight the noun. So visually, they can spot the form, because it's my objective to identify or to spot the difference between so and such in form, porque el meaning is the same. Then what they are going to do, a ver, ¿qué va a hacer el teacher?
And then, where's the stress on the second word? Driver, yeah. Bus, remember them. Words that we learn together, you're now going to use them in an activity. I'm going to give you this paper, and you need to read a sentence like this one. A something is a person who goes into space, and you need to remember, or from your notes, what is the correct answer. So, what is the correct answer? Astronaut. Yeah, good, astronaut. So, so you need to read the sentence, and then are you just going to say the word or write the word in here? Right. Is there only one answer or more than one answer? One. Okay, and I'd like you to do this by yourself, please.
What is he going to do? Practice, very good. Controlled, semi-controlled, or free? Controlled, no? Aha. What is the difference between controlled and semi-controlled practice? For example, here is controlled because even he said, there is one answer or there are different answers. When it's very, very controlled, they don't have many choices. Okay, when the question is open, So in here, for example, is controlled. No se me hagan bolas. In this case, it's controlled because they don't have many choices. There is only one answer. Por eso él dijo, are there many answers? No. Is there only one answer? Yes. Okay? In here, a or an is a person who goes into space. No puede ser doctor. Is astronaut. There is no other option. So it's really, really controlled. And they are going to use a specific kind of grammar, of vocabulary. Is, for example, when you have the table with or a box with different words, and you tell the students, read the sentences and choose a word from the box to complete the sentence. In that case, it's totally controlled because you are giving them the answers. The only thing they need to do is to identify and insert the correct word in the correct space. Semi-controlled, probably when they have a little bit more options. And free, yeah, is when they are going to invent their own answers or their own sentences by using the vocabulary in general they learned today. Okay, so in this case, because it's the first practice, ok, entonces, remember that I don't have the proper exercise in my notebook, okay? So open answers are semi-controlled, no. No, esos son free. A ver, breviario cultural. What is an open question? Denme un ejemplo de una open question, for example, is this is an open question. You can answer whatever you want. I like, no sé, los temerarios. Yo creo que ya hasta se murieron. Los temerarios, o los, no sé qué cantaban, no sé qué era. Bueno, me gusta, no sé, Mozart o classical music. My favorite kind of music is classical music. Okay, very good. This is free because you are free to answer whatever you want. Ahora, if I ask, muy bien. If I ask, Exactly. Because even I'm asking you, I'm just giving you two options, o sea, no tienes más de dónde. Y si yo te digo, aquí tengo dos opciones, ajá, yo puedo o decirte, ninguna, fíjate que ninguna, todas las dos me chocan, me caen gordas, ¿ok? So free, I can answer whatever I want. In here, I have options, ajá. It totally control, for example, when I say my favorite kind of music is, ¿cómo se llama? Vamos a inventar que me gusta el soul. Ah, no, bueno, este sería igual. Heavy metal is
It's okay, yeah. Misspelled.
Aquí no tengo opción. Even they are giving me the answer. The only thing is that I need to unscramble the word, ¿no? Can you see the difference between controlled, semi-controlled, and free? Acá, for example, an is a person who goes into the space. Pues nada más puede ser una. And the models are the same from the presentation. Entonces there are no more options. In here, for example, I have the answer. Unscrambled, but I have the answer. In here, I can choose. I'm a little bit freer. And in here, I'm totally free to answer whatever I want. I don't like, ese no es el caso, ¿eh? Music. I prefer silence. Entonces, in this, the first approach is to have the very controlled kind of activity. The very controlled practice. Entonces, if I want to see the form, maybe what I can do is, no sé, es, si van a identificar la form, fill in the table with the different parts of speech. This is the instruction. Entonces yo tengo intensifiers No sé si esté bien escrito así, intensifiers. Luego, adjective. Okay. Sí, yo y mi spelling somos muy buenos amigos. Adjective and noun. Este está muy grande. Entonces, I have sentence one with so. Sentence 2 with such a. Sentence 3 with such a. Sentence 4 with so, and sentence, nada más 4 para que queden 2 y 2. Ajá. Entonces, what they have to do is to write the correct word or part of a speech, or divide this sentence in these kind of categories, okay? Because remember that my main aim is to identify the difference in form. Entonces, it's going to be the formula, okay? I'm practicing in a very controlled way the identification of these differences in form, okay? Yeah, this is the number 1. The semi-controlled practice puede ser complete the following sentences by using so or such a. And if they need to go back here and check, let them do it. It's like when we are learning how to ride a bike. No, la primera que me trepo ya me voy a ir corriendo, ¿verdad? So first I need to keep the balance and little by little coordinate my legs and my arms and my sides, no? And control my body. And it's not easy. It's little by little. And I'm going to be falling down several times. I'm going to be committing several mistakes. So that's why I start here, balance, y little by little hasta que mi papá me quite las rueditas de atrás, ¿ok? Entonces ya hago esta, ya depending if they are okay, les puedo dar otro ejercicio. Ajá. 3, que será un poquito más challenging. What I like to do with, what I used to like to do, doing with my students in primary, when talking about grammar, is this. Complete the following statements. Entonces, yo les ponía 1. We use so, followed by, and they need to complete. We use such a, followed by, and they have it as a reference. Okay? Yeah, they recognize following. Ahí está, gracias. Okay. After they have practiced and they identify the difference, entonces ya they produce the descriptive paragraph. As a pre-writing, entonces aquí ya no sería presentation. As part of the, ya tengo presentation y la practice. Y con production, ¿qué voy a hacer? Un task-based learning. Voy a hacer un task. Do you remember the steps for task-based learning? We are going to watch it very, very quickly because it's not too long.
Hello TEFL students. In this video, I'm going to demo for you a task-based learning activity. The topic is planning a party. This topic can be used with a wide range in ages and levels with adjustments. The structure of the video follows 4 stages: the pre-task, task preparation, during task, and post-task. Let's get started. Step 1 is the pre-task. The pre-task stage should mentally and linguistically prepare your students for the upcoming task ahead. There are many ways to do this. In this demo, I show you 3 ideas.
Okay, what makes a good party? Jorge? Okay, food.
Idea number 1 would be the use of brainstorming with a word web.
Okay, in your groups, I want you to keep going, okay? Keep going. What do you think? What are some things that make a good party?
Brainstorm idea number 2 would be the use of pictures and/or discussion questions.
Okay, let's take a look at picture number 1. What are they doing? Good, all right? They are ordering, all right? They're ordering food for the party. Good. Another one.
And perhaps the most common activity would be idea number 3, having your students read or listen to a model text that mimics the language they will use in the task ahead.
Look at the picture of the people. What do you think we're going to listen to? Yes, all right? We're going to listen to them plan a surprise party. Good, good.
In stage 2, you will prepare your students to be able to complete the upcoming task on their own. In order to do this, you need to give very clear directions. I commonly give each group one piece of paper with a step-by-step handout or a checklist for them to follow.
First, I want everyone to get into groups of 3. All right, first get into your groups. You're going to follow the handout. And then after, give us maybe 15 minutes. Okay, you're going to present your party idea to the class. Are you guys excited? All right, it's going to be fun. Let's get started.
In this important stage, students begin to independently build their task. Group collaboration and creativity take hold, and generally it's the fun and exciting part of the task. I quietly circulate around the room and make note of any weak or strong language features on a clipboard. Make sure that you encourage use of the target language. After this, the students will then act or present out their tasks. It's the point where I hope they proudly display their creativity and stretch their language abilities in doing so. As a teacher, I continue to remain low-key and continue to quietly take notes on the language being used. It's a fluency activity, so I don't commonly interrupt unless asked for help. If set up well, the stage is fun and engaging for everyone. When I'm done, my clipboard is often covered. To keep me organized, I take notes into categories. Only the most important language features get addressed. Always point out both strong and weak language features. To complete the activity, I address those key language features on the board with the class, and we reflect on the language we've learned through completing the task. This concludes my demo video.
You can also decide if you will have plenty of time to have a TVL. That's why it's important to set the time, to keep track of the time. Entonces, maybe Miss Gabby, because the first class she has only 1 hour, and we are still missing the second chunk of grammar, in an hour is going to be impossible. So probably 2 hours and 2 hours. And then the following class of 1 hour, I can have, or I can present the vocabulary, and in the following 2 hours class, I can carry on with the reading, writing, reading, listening, and the writing, because they are just 5 questions. Okay? Entonces, in that case, I can measure, and I need to observe the students to see if they will need further practice and what kind of practice they will need. Okay? Entonces, it's your time to decide. Are you going to continue with the TBL, or you prefer to change the approach or the method you are including here? Or you don't need to follow all the steps she followed in the video, because you have already introduced the language. Entonces, a lo mejor she said, I present a model. What model can you introduce? They are going to write a descriptive paragraph. Here you have, les mandé una foto with I'm sure that I sent you a photo with the different types of paragraphs, so they can see exactly how they need to write a descriptive paragraph. If not, this is reading. Aquí está. Voy a ver si lo puedo agrandar. Entonces dice, types of paragraphs. Narrative, descriptive. The purpose of a descriptive paragraph is to allow the reader to experience the item, phenomenon, or an event being described as vivid as possible without physically sensitive. That is, the reader cannot see it, but knows what it looks like, in this case, how it sounds like. Cannot taste it, but knows whether it is salty or sweet. Cannot touch it, but knows its texture. Descriptive paragraphs typically include modifiers, adjectives, adverbs, prepositional phrases, a figurative language, etc. Metaphors, personification, similes to help enrich the experience for the reader. Entonces, as the model, I can introduce this part. Okay? And I explain the task, okay? Entonces, pues I tell them, pues a descriptive paragraph is this and this and this and that. They can understand it because they have experience with the language, okay? Entonces, I show them the model, and this, again, can help me as a guide or a checklist for students to know if they are writing correctly what they need to write. Okay? Entonces, they start writing. Say that a paragraph is about 4 or 5 lines. Entonces, and that they need to use so and such a. Entonces, they produce, as she carried the activity, you give them the task, they proceed to write, and maybe they can include a picture. So maybe to make it more interactive, they can use Canva, they can use a PowerPoint presentation, they can use Google Slide. They can use también esta de acá, ¿cómo se llama? Esta de aquí. Pues they can use Word, or they can use a blogger, no sé, depending on your creativity, ¿no? Or even a book creator or whatever. They can make the collaborative book in book creator. They can use 2 pages for writing their paragraph and illustrate. So you have all the paragraphs in the same book. So you can make a collaborative product. And finally, you read together. And what you are going to evaluate in here, because needs to be measurable, produces a short paragraph describing the favorite kind of music. In this, for example, remember, I need to, each step it needs to have subsidiary aims, and each subsidiary aim or each is subactivity needs to have subsidiary aims. Entonces, in here is going to be summative because it's correct or incorrect, ¿no? The written exercise. Vamos a ponerlo acá mejor. Evaluation. Formative, since the presentation, because I'm checking on teacher checks on pronunciation and intonation, no? listening practice, okay? Then summative written exercises. Aquí está. This is the criteria for the pronunciation. I'm going to decide if they are beginners in development, if they are average, if they are capable, or if they are highly effective. And remember that I gave you also the numbers that correspond to each level if you need to give a number, okay? Then in written exercises, pues es correct or incorrect. So that's why it's summative, okay? Y luego in the paragraph dijimos task achievement. ¿Qué dijimos? Fluency. Aquí vamos a ponerle layout. Grammar. ¿No es cierto? Grammar. Y aquí lo voy a poner. Remember, and also in here I can have the same descriptors. Ay, ya me quedó mal. Or I can have it like this, or I can have the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Task achievement means that if they are instructions, the layout, Entonces, here I have specifically what I'm going to take into account. And I have the different levels. I can have beginners, in development, average, capable, highly effective, or I can give a number per each sub-skill I'm going to evaluate. Because remember that I'm evaluating writing. And then make a final reflection. Can be the teacher only, or it can be students. In this case, you shared, o sea, es compulsory to share the objective with your students. By the end of the class, you will be, or you may be able to identify the difference between so and such, and you will write a descriptive paragraph. Okay, entonces, a ver, check your objective. You did it? Yes or no? Thumb up or thumb down? Why? If they say no, why? Because todavía se me dificulta el such y no sé qué. Bueno, ok. Entonces we are going to have more practice. Y les doy un live worksheet y ahí, o les doy un Kahoot y ahí lo practican en su casa. Okay, I have prepared. This may be my possible problem. Students may not identify properly the difference. Entonces, if they don't do it, they need further practice. Entonces, I stop here. I don't continue with the production. No les quito todavía las rueditas de atrás porque todavía no saben mantener el equilibrio. Entonces, I prepare an extra practice in case they don't understand. Ya, when they have understood, entonces ya ahora sí, les quito las rueditas y lléguenle. Y bien bajadita. That's the way it is, okay? Entonces, questions about PPP and how to integrate and make this kind of eclectic kind of teaching. What is difficult? What is easy? Necesito saber, so les mando o más videos o porque en el mock, por ejemplo aquí, tenemos match the stages of a lesson with the main stage aim, ¿ok? En la mañana resolvimos el 3, que les voy a pedir que lo hagan de tarea. 3 and 6 creo que lo hicieron, ¿no? Si no, háganlo y el lunes, el martes lo revisamos. Se queda de tarea el 3 y el 6, ¿ok? Pero aquí, por ejemplo, ya vieron el main aim of the stage, o sea, aquí en lugar de main aim es subsidiary, porque estamos hablando de un stage, ¿ok? Y aquí, por ejemplo, tenemos lesson aim, que es el main aim, personal aim for the teacher, anticipated problems y the procedure, que es lo que vimos hoy, los procesos. ¿Ok? ¿A ti qué te pasa? Entonces, questions, algún comentario, algo. ¿Qué necesitan? I would like more examples like the ones you do. Okay. No yet. ¿Les quedó claro toda esta, cómo van a integrar su actividad? Van a ver el otro ejemplo en el Classroom. Aquí está la sesión de hoy del módulo 2 y lo hicimos con otro libro, con otra estructura y con otra cosa. Entonces, igual les costó muchísimo trabajo. Ajá. Pero, vean la de hoy, la de ahorita y la del turno de la mañana. Ay, sí es cierto, sí estoy totalmente loca. Sí, sí es la sesión 3. Y y analícenla. Antes de verla, chequen sus methods y approaches, ¿ok? Ahorita les subo la liga para que puedan visualizar la presentación, ¿ok? Porque no la tengo, no la puedo bajar, tengo la cuenta básica, entonces casi no uso esa aplicación. Entonces, y aquí les voy a ir completando su ebook, ajá. Y les dije, por ejemplo, a los de la mañana que les iba a hacer unas preguntas. Ellos escogieron, ¿qué escogieron? Escogieron TPR y escogieron PPP, precisamente. Entonces, ustedes escogieron PPP y TBL. Entonces, vean esos dos videos de sus métodos y les voy a poner unas preguntas, ¿ok? De todos modos, ahorita yo voy a volver a dar las instrucciones en el chat para que tengan ahí por escrito cuál es la tarea, ¿ok? Entonces, ahorita, si no la alcanzo a subir ahorita, porque la verdad es que ya estoy muy cansada, estoy dando clases desde las 8 de la mañana, si no alcanzo ahorita a bajarlo y a subirlo, o que se quede subiendo en YouTube, y mañana tempranito les paso ya las ligas y todo para que ya lo puedan ver, ¿ok? Y vean los videos de sus dos métodos y les voy a hacer algunas preguntas, ¿ok? Más vale pecar de exagerados porque ustedes van a tener que usar todo esto para su lesson plan, para el proyecto que van a hacer. ¿Ok? Acuérdense que hacen un lesson plan puede ser del tiempo que sea para una sola clase y van a tener que desglosar todo para que lo puedan identificar también aquí en el examen. Ok. Entonces, questions, ¿no? Nada. Las tareas las hacemos en Classroom. Sí, a ver, ya tienen digital su examen, ¿no? En una hojita, ponen en una hoja su ejercicio y en su cuaderno ponen las respuestas, le toman la foto y me la suben. Y lo de las preguntas que les voy a hacer, igual aquí les voy a poner la tarea y les pongo el cuestionario, entonces ya cada quien. De la liga, perdón, acceso al Classroom es el de la liga de WhatsApp. No, pero ahorita se los pongo. Ahorita se los pongo para que, pero si ya estaban, ¿cómo se hace eso? Ok. No se preocupen, también hay una maestra que me preguntó lo mismo. Denme chance mañanita temprano, les juro que me voy a levantar temprano. Porque tengo clase a las 12. Y les grabo un video explicativo, ¿sabes? Y si tienen alguna duda por audio o lo que sea, yo les digo cómo, ¿sabes? Pero no se preocupen, no los voy a dejar solos, ¿sale? Ok, pues espero. A ver, espérenme de una vez. De una vez, aquí. Ay, espérame, Nietzsche, es que mi perro ya está súper Ya cuando ve que ya me voy a despedir de cualquier clase, viene y aquí para que le haga caso. De hecho, les digo, vaya a los niños o a quien sea. Y enviados. Acá. Chequen su correo porque si ya se unieron. A ver, ahí está. Y se los mando aquí al chat. Vean. Chucuchú, ¿dónde están ustedes aquí? Ahí les mando toda la información. Listo. Espero que ya no tengan problemas. Si tienen problema, me avisan. ¿Sale? Ok, pues voy a detener la grabación y me voy a despedir. Muchísimas gracias.
Perdón, maestra, antes de que se nos vaya.
Ajá.